Hey there, Drawyah here, and welcome back to X-Plane 11, and welcome to the LevelUp 7800 in Jet2 colours on the flight from today here in Manchester to Skiathos. Premiere, so not a live stream, which means of course I'm flying again also in the real world, and yes, in the real world I'm going to Skiathos, I'm going to Greece. I'm going to be here for 2 nights, so going to fly out today Monday, return back on Wednesday, flying out of Manchester, returning into Gatwick, because this was a far cheaper option than doing return flights out of London itself, and time worked out better as well. Admittedly, I'm returning on Wednesday, which is a rail strike day, so hopefully I'll get myself from the airport back home without too many problems, but yeah, for the most part, it should be pretty good flights. But I'm excited for this one because after a few days of UK hot heat wave, I basically just decided to myself, on Thursday after work, or Thursday towards the end of my shift, I thought to myself, I want to go somewhere this weekend. I've got 5 days off and working on Sunday, so I'm working, I worked yesterday, but I've got 5 days off with a day in the middle. I want to go somewhere warm, I want to go somewhere nice, I want to go somewhere not necessarily expensive, so I had a look online, cheapest flight somewhere in the centre of France. I thought, okay, stick an extra £100 on the budget and see where I can end up. And yeah, Skiathos became an option. So, as you guys know, Skiathos of course is it's like the St. Martin of Europe, so it's got a very fun little runway, very short little runway at the on the edge of the city itself. So, very excited for this flight. It's about 3.5 hours in duration. It's quite a long one ahead of us, but touch wood, should get no problems. The aircraft will have just performed a few short routes on the early in the day, so probably like a pretend event or something with Jet2. So we are in turnaround stage. Aircraft is half set up for departure, which means no long IRS alignment. Go straight into the aircraft's config. Right, so first thing I'm going to do is actually pop over to Sam and get the ground services up and running. So we're in pre-flight right now. Aircraft's going to be automated fine. Baggage, catering, cargo, fuel, that's going to be all led up from the aircraft itself. We can load the aeroplane. Let's get everything up and running. Ground services are a little more animated now, so not quite there yet, but certainly improving compared to where it used to be. Again, I'd love to see the passengers actually walk upstairs itself, but we've got to start with the ground handlers at least. But time will come. Eventually they'll get there with the passengers and all that. You can see animated baggage handlers, they all start to move now. It's not perfect, but it's getting there, Sam, it is getting there. A few more updates and hopefully it should be right up to that level. We'll get passengers to load up on PACX as well, so get out at the same time. Departing from Manchester to Skiathos, LS1793, we're flying as Chanex 55 Papa Yankee. Oh, it's like raining. Initial climb at flight level 230, 23,000, do step up to 33 and then 35 later on the flight. 3 hours and 15 on the clock, with departure in approximately, well, on the clock shall we? 14:03, departure at 25, so we're looking at 21 minutes till departure. 7800, 184 passengers on board, not quite the maximum, but a few empty seats here and there, 184. Aircraft has no Wi-Fi or entertainment, but, of course, flying Jet2, we have got Jessica to hold my hand, so get ready for that. Blasting facing time flights. Yes, snacks, no free meal service. Custom cards not required, flight number does not continue. If this was the return leg, there would be a stopover in Thessaloniki. We'll talk about that during the actual flight itself. Basically, I've now got to find 3 hours of content to fill the stream with. Right, so, passenger boarding, that's fine. Departure, Manchester, arrival at Skiathos. Lima Golf Sierra Kilo. Our call sign was Chanex 55 Papa Yankee, so EXS55PY. I haven't checked if I've got AC yet. I don't think I do. No, not at the moment. Yeah, that's fine. Although by the looks of things, we'll probably get some AC on the way in to Greece today. That's us. All the way across Europe today. Should be got a good little flight this. Right, so Manchester to Skiathos. Head over to the next page, and let's plug in our routing, starting off with... That's a lot of waypoints. Look at this thing, look at this. 4 lines of non-stop routing. Right, Listo. From Listo, we fly the Lima 612 to Hornsey, Lima 15 to Biggin Hill, Uniform Lima 9 to Conan, I'm going to check one thing outside actually while I'm out. Well, the rain has kind of stopped again. The weather's going to be a bit hit and miss, I think, throughout this flight today. Weather in Skiathos certainly looking a lot clearer, a lot warmer as well. But that's about more. I'm going to stick Skiathos with when we get there. Still a little while to go. Right. Conan, then it's Uniform Lima 607 to Cock. Then it's direct to Remba. Direct to Leithu. Then it's Nonco. Direct to Vibomb. Followed by Nombo. Then it's Reader. Radiz. Evaxi. Which one more hours? Oh no, we have one more hour for the rest of the flight. So yeah, Radiz to Evaxi. Nipple. Monids. Solgu. Medux. And now we'll fly the Uniform Mike 867. Kogat. Directs to Irana. Uniform Lima 737. Nice way to end as you make our approach into Thessaloniki. And from there, Thessaloniki 1 Charlie approach into Skiathos. Activate that. Flight pass complete. Best greet passengers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jet2 flight 1739 from Manchester to Skiathos. Taking on your holiday today as we leave a slightly poory Manchester and make our way into a far warmer, far clearer Skiathos today. Right now we're reporting 31 centigrade with no clouds reported. Flight on today, 15 minutes. Sit back, relax, enjoy your flights. Any questions, feel free to speak to the cabin crew as we send you on your way.
On behalf of the cabin crew, I'd like to welcome you aboard our flight. As you find your seat, be sure to place your larger carry-on items in the overhead bins.
Of course, the normal PACX passenger cabin crew get before me. I'll finish this in a second and get out to the passenger cabin. Right.
If the overhead bin is full after you put your carry-on
Go
inside
to
of
the
it, please
cabin.
close the bin as a courtesy to other
Rain
passengers.
has started to pick up a little
Once all
bit
your
now,
items
so
are put away,
fortunately I live in the
please
UK,
leave the
which
aisle
makes my life a lot
behind
easier, a
you
lot
to
better.
allow other passengers to find their seats as well. If you are seated in an emergency exit row, please leave
Yeah,
the
ultimately it was far cheaper for me to fly out of Manchester and take a train up than it would have been to fly out of London with the outbound leg.
If you are not able or
Hopefully
prefer
it won't
not
depart
to
too
perform
late.
the
This
task,
flight does have a
please
history of
fly
departing
flight
about half hour to an hour late behind schedule. To be fair, that big part is in big part due to UK airports being all over the place at the moment as their functions, but we'll see. We'll see. It's a little while to go for the we'll get to the end of that. Then again, a slightly late departure flight probably works in my favour. Seeing if airport security is also very much on the fritz. Right, so that's our routing plugged in. We're going to go over to our initialization. Zero fuel weight on paper is 60.87. Reserved fuel on board, a bit quick math, so it's 2.76. And Jet2 costing next is going to be Jet2's cost next is going to be, I can find it, PDF right here. That's for 320, not 820s, on 737s, please. Don't have it. 9. There we go. I need to find proper, like, if you can get me a way that lists sim brief cost indexes to airlines, I'd love to do that. It'd be so much easier. Cruising altitude initially 230. So initial climb 230, at Honesy up to 33, and then radar up to 35. So again, quite a heavy airplane today. We are a mostly full flight. There's what, 5 seats to spare on this plane. So yeah, mostly full today. But hopefully something that won't cause any problems for us. Cruising winds today. Let's get that from our chart. So initial, is it going to be initial or is it going to be top of climb? Probably initial. So 230 at top of climb is 179 at 15. We may have to change that as flight progresses. Probably, yeah, we'll do that from the FMS on the world. Right, so that's our departure sorted. I wonder if that's actually possible. Can I do it like that? I've never tried it at 737. From Honesy 330, so 291 at 330. Would that jump the rest of them? Nah, just that one waypoint. Fair enough. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I can live with that. So 291 at 230. Right, departure. So expecting runway. Departure path. Here we go. Runway 05 left. The active. Yeah, 05 left. So activate that. And this is departing on the Listo to Sierra departure. Execute that. Insufficient fuel. I think it's because the aircraft's still fueling, is it not? No, we don't have to turn the AP on yet. Aircraft is. Oh no, we are fueled. If we go to SAM, main window. Yeah, it's just passengers' baggage we're waiting for now. Fair enough. Baggage caused me the biggest delay on this. 8 minutes for baggage, is it? Fair enough. Simulating real life here on the Drawyah channel. Well, if we've got fuel on board right now, left-hand fuel pumps and APU, we can start. Set you to 3. I'll leave you at 350 because that is the sets. Well, top of climb. 50 feet from arriving airports. PACX.
We're on your time.
Planes automatic to get air conditioning in the airplane once passengers boarded. APU don't need that yet. Isolation valve automatic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and
Reciprocating
welcome
valve
aboard flight
automatic.
1739. Our flight time will be roughly 3
Yeah,
hours.
should be
and
okay.
15 minutes. Please note the cabin door is now closed. We ask that you make
No need
sure
for
that all
lights,
devices
position,
are in
steady
airplane
lights,
mode and your
low
devices
position,
are
and
shut
position
down
off,
and
wing lights
closed.
off, we
If
will
you have
lights
not
off,
already,
we
please
will
fasten
go.
your seatbelt and verify it is low Untitled
Yeah, that's
Chapter
fine,
lock.
so just waiting now for
Position
the
your seatback
AP
in
to
the full
start.
upright and locked position for departure.
Departure
Flight
is all
attendants, please
set.
prepare cabin for departure and cross-check.
What we'll do now is our M1 limit, so we'll do a medium. We'll do medium climb performance for relatively high throttle again, just get that aircraft off the ground. 5 degrees of flaps. 144, rotate 145, V2 154, and center gravity 21% with a trim of 575. This trim? It is. Right, 154 V2, so we'll stick that onto the IS Mac indicator. Reference for rotate, or reference for timeout even. Flight directors on and on. Yeah, cool. So, last thing I need to then do is set up the ILS for 05 right. So if you need to return back to Manchester for whatever reason, so problem with the engines or whatever, 052, 052, 052. Frequency of 11, decimal 55. 11155, 11155. Perfect. There's just one more thing we need to do, which is altitude. Initial climb 230 to 23,000. Each out set. AP generators on, AP bleeds on, PACX automatics. The aircraft will now get air conditioning. Now set up the Unicom flights. So Manchester at stand 24. Taxiing to 05 left. And this will be via so Romeo, November Charlie. That'll take us on to Echo. On to Delta. Delta takes us on to Bravo, then Alpha. We'll be holding Alpha. Alpha Golf or Alpha 1? We'll go to Alpha 1, use it for length of runway, just again, extra fuel, extra weight, just to be on the safe side. Little 2 Sierra departure, and that is also that ready to go. Right, so at this point we are fully configured and ready for departure. We announced onto Unicom that we're going to push it. Well, can we yet? How long does this want? 4 more minutes. Come on, ground services. I know you're running on thin and ice at the moment, but you can't say anything. Again, the ground crews that are working right now, they are pretty much kind of on the limit of their work, so you can't really fault them. Hopefully it won't take too long for the missing jobs to kind of get filled. Yeah, I can say a lot of respect to ground crews at the moment. They're working like 3 or 4 jobs in one. It's quite something. Same for airport securities. Airport securities right now really on the stretch what they can actually do. I quite nicely tracking some Volanta. Bear with me. For some reason Volanta is not tracking me. The plugin should be up to date. It's not, it's going to be really annoying. That's... There you go, now it's doing it. I think. It's green. Why are you not doing it? Simulators... Yeah, the plugin's installed. For some reason, it's marked as green, so it's definitely seeing something. Just not my aeroplane. Well, not, yeah, I don't know. We've entered map settings, planned route, flight session, IVAO, major airports, 3D. Yeah, it should be there. I'll grab a quick screenshot. I don't know, let's just do that while ground crews hard at work. Upload it, it doesn't actually show on the map. Well, I bet it appears. Hang on. There's us on IVAO. That's us. Annoyingly. Yeah, it's uploads it. Should be a little camera on there, but it's not done it. Oh, that's a shame. Okay. Well, something's obviously gone wrong between this and Volanta. Nothing's ticked. Steppy knows it's there. Fair enough. Well, if it's not going to work, it's not going to work. Not going to do it. What can I say I'll do about it? Not much, really. Cool. So, pre-plan my pushback at the very least while I wait for the ground crews to finish.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you're ready.
Grab the weather. So let's finish 1021. GeForce it'd be handy. 1021 does not sync, so it should pop up as well. 1021. Make sure it's centered. 1021. Uh, 30 seconds, and then we're done. Twelve, 11, it's the longest count ever. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Baggage finished.
Hello, Captain. Loading has been finished. Have a great flight.
Thank you. Alright, so we have more connectivity,
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Now some Tunicom now pushing back from stand. Activate our execution lights, our beacon lights, to like ground crews that are now ready for the engine startup. Since we are on AP power now, we can disconnect from the ground, so remove the ground power unit, remove the chocks. Confirm this as well, fuel weight and balance. Payload 0 payload. After all that, you want to load the aeroplane, apparently. Payload's 19.2. There we go.
Okay,
Like it.
all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
All that baggage loading, didn't even touch it. Classic, well, we get out of third party odds. Oh, has it worked? It worked! Okay, finally we're on Volanta. That's really weird, I don't know why it didn't load it straight away. Normally it does. Oh, well, flight's definitely active now, Volanta sees it, it's just very, very behind. Yeah, so, Premiere, means I'm flying the real world. If you're watching this now, check me out on Flight Radar 24. Link is on hopefully on the pinned comment as soon as we are active, as well as on, well, Flight Radar itself. Yeah, check us out, flying in the real world. Leaving behind a dreary, wet Manchester for a nice and warm,
So
sunny
connected and bypass
Skiathos.
pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Right, let's get going, shall we? Engine 2 to ground, which obviously comes active, as well as the ABB. No, sorry, ABB. No, it's the PACX on off. Sorry, I'll get there. I'll get there. Click every switch and something happens. Let me restart the startup.
Please direct your attention to the screen for an important safety
Right,
demonstration.
engine
Thank you
2
for flying with us.
start. There we go. Yeah, engine 2's now picking up.
Hello, we've got a great flight lined up for you today.
Yeah, I never get old of Jess being hold my hand.
It's very
So I'll
important
never be old
to
and never get sick of
any
it.
headphones and tune in.
Right,
In the
engine
seat
start
pocket
up, so far so good.
you'll find a safety instruction card. It has all sorts of safety information with info on emergency doors and escape routes, oxygen masks, how to use the life jackets, the brace position, and more. And there's
Right,
even
engine
more safety
2, good
info
start.
in our
Engine 1
flight magazine.
starts.
This aircraft has 8 emergency exits. These are clearly marked and we're pointing them out to you now. There are 2 doors at the rear of the cabin, 4 other wing exits in the centre.
Again, watching into waiting out here rounds 24.
To help you find your way to the exits when there is reduced lighting and visibility, we have additional lighting in the ceiling
Engine
and in
1
the aisle.
starts, or fuel flow starts. Fuel temperature increases. This is the N1. Fuel flow is stable.
If you need to leave the aircraft quickly, take issues
So
or
far so
anything
good.
that may damage the slide, leave all luggage behind and go to your nearest usable exit. If there's a change in cabin pressure, masks like these will appear from the panel
Switch
above your
resets,
head.
thank you very much.
As soon as you
Engine
see it,
generators
pull down
set,
to start the flow of
APU
oxygen.
bleed off,
What you
APU
normally do
off.
is put it over your mouth and nose
Packs
and
back on
adjust
again.
the fit. Make sure you put your own mask on
Everything else
first
looks
before helping
active,
anyone
looks
else.
active,
The band on the
active.
mask
Yep,
will
so far so
Operation
good.
complete. Set parking brake.
Brake sets.
A life jacket
Switch
Disconnecting
flight control
toes.
starting
Stand
with
by.
the elevators,
like the cabin crew. Remove it from its
the
band by
ailerons,
pulling the tab and pull it
the
over
rudder,
your head. Put the strap around your waist, fasten at the front as we are showing you, and tighten by pulling the
and
tab.
the spoilers.
Once you're outside the aircraft,
Perfect.
inflate the life jacket
Drops
like
down
down
to
over this
5.
red toggle. If you need to inflate it more, blow into this tube. There's also a light and a whistle to help you attract attention. It's time to fasten
So you can change that. I'll do flaps 10 for departure. Let me recalculate that. Flaps 10, take a speed 3 fleets, that's fine. 143, 144, rotate 152. Again, given away the aircraft, I'd rather have the extra flaps in place, just to give us that little extra boost, little excess, just to get us going. And that's our taxi intentions, and let's head to the runway. Parking brake. Nope, can't do that yet, because again, the ground service haven't released yet. Still there, tug's still there. Ground services, better push back, disconnect and terminate a few times. Eventually, it will get the idea that we want it to go away, and it will then go away. There we go. Yeah, it's the only, I believe this is the only aircraft that has the terminate button on the tablets. Some aircraft it will do it normally, disconnect without any problems. Some aircraft it will hold on for dear life and never let go. So right now it's playing the low nose animation. That's
Tail
for
is
disconnect from the
disconnected
aeroplane.
and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Water kicked out through the engines. Put a little bit of wiper on just to keep them sure clear. Intermittents. Now go for low. Right, hand signal received, parking brake released. Right, let's quickly check the max throttles, nothing glaring, no alarms, objective brake set, all throttles armed. Let's taxi to the runway, shall we?
Ready
Ready
to
for
go.
departure, thank you cabin crew. Right, ground, so I need a little more power to get the airplane moving. But as the taxi route itself, pretty simple. Take the first left, followed by the next left. Continue on Echo, round the corner to Delta. Delta, cut across Bravo onto Alpha, and then entering Alpha 1. So I'm short spur of Romeo now. A little behind on departure, then again, slight delays are probably expected with these kind of routes. Yeah, 4:25 expected departure time, that's fine. To be fair, pretty far more accurate to a real life flight, because in reality, when you get your expected departure time, it's actually your time of pushing back, not the part sitting on the runway itself. No, it's your pushback time. So when I have the estimated departure at 14:25 UK time, it actually means we're pushing back at 14:25. It takes another 10 minutes or so to taxi to the runway. But while I try and get these premieres as close to real life as possible, I always leave it like a 15-minute leeway or so that I can then use to set up the start of the premiere based on kind of the estimated delay when we get on these kind of flights. But hopefully this one's going to be pretty accurate. Usually I'm not too far off. The worst flight was when I did was actually my last flight 2020, which was a flight from Berlin back to London Heathrow, because I forgot, well, I didn't cater in the fact that Japanese are ahead of us, and so I ended up having this premiere start an hour too early, which was a bit embarrassing, but not the end of the world, I guess. As for scenery, we are using a freeware Manchester scenery. Sadly, no 800 yet in NSFS, so I can't use the macros in Manchester. But it's nice to get X-Plane out again, of course. I do quite like this platform. Probably doesn't get near enough as much love as it deserves, but I really can't fault it. Very good platform. X-Plane 12, also very excited for. That's something I'll definitely pick up on day one on release. Taxiing at 10 knots ground speed. Normally I'm whizzing along airports at 100 miles per hour. On this occasion, better get speed in at the moment. Get out of wet ground, do you? Progressions. Yeah, we'll be landing estimated 1.3 tons. Not much, but within our reserves. I'm sure once we're at cruise, setting up levels of climb, that should kind of recalculate anyway. Because this is based on the fact that we're cruising at flight level 230. By the time it gets to 35,000, should be a lot smoother at that point. Right, let's make a right onto Bravo, which then immediately becomes Alpha. Taxi ways in Manchester are quite interesting. They kind of intercept they intercept themselves in 45-degree angles. It's a bit awkward. So we're going to cut across the taxi in a second, where that is Alpha, that's Bravo, this is Bravo, that's Alpha. Kind of crisscross it, well, crisscross itself, I could say. So now, leaving Bravo for Alpha, Bravo continues to our left, and Alpha comes in from our right. Pre-check the website, there's no aircraft inbound at the moment, so that means cabin crew, please take your seats for departure. Thank you. We shall secure the cabin. Ooh, we're on seatbelt sign as well, that'd probably be quite important. All of them needs to do as well. That is, we'll do all that setup now. So you go to upper position, you go on, you go on, you go TAR right. Now for departure on Unicom, cabin is secure. Alright, let's do it, shall we? It's 3 hours and 15 minutes to Skiathos. Taxiing at 20 knots, even this still feels really, really slow. So 144 rotates, I believe. 144 rotates, 152 V2. I mean, throttle's already 40, so don't even need to pull the engine up on this occasion. Just gonna go straight out of there, I guess. Renault starts and one sets takeoff. Airspeed live.
80 knots.
80 knots. V1 rotates. Of course, heavy aeroplane.
Positive rating.
Gear up.
Gear up.
Yeah, you can really feel the weight of this one, I must admit. 1000, and the gear will lock. Reset the emergency brakes. And we never know they're active. Probably help with the steering as well at this point. Right hand to turn. That's to 1 degree. So we're just going to bank angle here, just get that right hand turn in. That's up. Yeah, not perfect in the crosshairs, but it's actually what I feel comfortable doing at least. Bring out this first layer of clouds. So far, so good. Crossing through 3000. There's no ATC at the moment, so we'll go straight up to initial climb 230. Nothing can hold us back. Flight plan, level off on the SID, and then kind of continue in from there, I guess. Cool. Fire active. Got the wipers now. Points, aeroplane to control, send everything to sets and sets, aircraft to control. What I'm going to do altitude intervention, so yeah, skip. To the altitudes through to 2-3, so that'll be to Hornsey, perfect. So long, wet and rainy Manchester. Very soon it will be hello, nice and hot, Skiathos. And the approach, like I said, the approach I'm very excited for. So it's the beach airports in Greece that everyone knows and loves. Into the idea, that's fine. Yeah, no, say very excited for this. What's that? That must be rain. Packs are on, so there's nothing wrong with the aeroplane. Yeah, it's just a really. Oh, it's is that water from the nose? Kind of just. Is that water from the nose like moving up? Oh, that's really good. So that's what affects that. I didn't realise X-Plane even did that. Fair enough. Yeah, so zero climate, that's fine. Aircraft's looking good. There's aircraft in front of us, actually approaching 4,000 feet descending, I think. The WebEye. Yes, it's an A3, sorry, 747 that's just departed out of Birmingham. In fact, just did a go around at Birmingham, so yeah, Birmingham go around traffic. We'll be wary of 1600. The approach is Birmingham, missed approach. Now push to the north in front of our pathway here. So we'll keep an eye on them as they fly beneath us. Still loving the cloud though, I must say. The cloud definition is pretty good on this. This is using Skyscapes. Skyscapes. Enhanced Skyscapes. Which is honestly, was it 15 quid, if that? Well worth having for X-Plane. Just makes life, once you clouds a lot better, so much better. Not quite MSFS level, there are still some minor layering issues, but compared to default clouds in X-Plane, this is night and day, it really is. If you've got X-Plane, enhanced Skyscapes, highly recommended. Coming through 10,000 feet, speaking of increase about 250 knots, and the aircraft shall continue its climb at 230. To fair, that's our top of climb there. Hornsey, you got up to 330, so our top of climb initially is not actually going to be too long. We'll hold off for 230 for a short bit, but then yeah, Hornsey 330 will then continue our climb from there. So what, 10 miles of 223? Maybe the Not gonna be the end of the world. But yeah, Skiathos. It's the St. Martin of Europe, St. Martin of Greece, and I'm very, very excited for it. I mean, not gonna lie, the airport did play a big part in the reason for me to get Skiathos. It was slightly cheaper for me to go to Kos instead, but Skiathos, obviously, I had to go for the airports. Spend a few hours plane spotting, spend a few hours exploring the island as well, walking a few coastal routes, and kind of see right up, I guess. So I'm going to land at 9 PM local time, which means I'll probably spend just the evening at a bar having dinner. Pretty much, that's it for the first night. I'll get 1 full day in Skiathos, so I'll probably do like a morning swim in the sea, and then, well, spend a bit of time in the town, and then go watch airplanes for a little bit. So it gets quite busy at the airport around 4 or 5 PM local time, so if I get myself towards the evening at the airport, to go watch some approaches, well, I've always got flight radar on me, so I can always keep track of what's going on. Got a hotel which is kind of on the outskirts. It's kind of midway between the airport and the city centre, so it's going to be a good spot as well to get access to the airport, which is a 10-minute walk from the airport, or to the runway where everyone goes to spots, and about 50 minutes from the city centre itself, so I've got plenty of walking time. It's going to be a good little trip. It's not a very long one, but I've been to Greece before. Went to Limnos and Athens. Spent a week on Limnos. Actually, I'm not that else. I was there for 9 days. I spent 5 days in Limnos, 4 days in Athens. Although one of those days in Athens, I actually went down to Olympic and did a scuba diving speedboat thing tour. Really, really good. Really, really good. Highly recommend it. I don't do it again at some point if I make my way back to Athens. Climb out, so far so good. Screenshot worthy. I was just deciding there, do I take a screenshot? Do I post it? Because now that I've got proper... Again, I don't know why it took so long to adjust, like, oh yeah, I'm meant to be tracking you, aren't I? But yeah, it has caught up. We don't have the location for the first screenshot, but the rest of them should be able to get any problems. I do like Avanta. Avanta. I'm sorry, I've got Avanti West Coast, a train company, and Volanta. Mix up. Yeah, I do like Volanta. It's a very, very good tool. I use it for all my flights. Highly recommended. It's free, it does its job. What else? Yeah, the stopover. So, right. So I got this initially confused when I first read it, but basically on the flight between Newcastle and Manchester to Skiathos, Jet2 have a stop on the outbound leg. It goes direct because the winds are in their favour. The return leg, because of the weight limitations of Skiathos and takeoff short runway, they have to do a stopover in Thessaloniki to carry up more fuel. If the aircraft's relatively light loaded, it doesn't necessarily have to make the stopover in Thessaloniki, but the option's always there if they need to. So yeah, fly the part out of Skiathos, fly for about half an hour, land in Thessaloniki, refuel, and then continue flight into Manchester or Newcastle, where it originated from. I wouldn't mind doing that, but I'm flying back into London Gatwick because, like I say, it's a strike there on the railway, so I don't quite know if I have trains to get from the airport back home or not. Yeah, apart from that, just everything else should work out quite nicely. So I'm flying out of Jet2, returning with TUI. A few things quickly. One thing just came to mind. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. If it's not, I've got a problem, but it's not. Yeah, so see how quick climb out. LevelUp 230. How far are we from next waypoint? We'll be there in approximately 15 miles. So we'll go over to the, not the approach reference, we'll wait till for that. We get to the top climb first, and then sort out the approach. Redart. So 350, that's redart right there. So we've got 300, 400 miles where you can get there. Right, performance. So 330, stick you there. 10 miles to go. 247 Zulu local, 40.5 now, so yeah, I've got less than a minute now. I'll figure out what time that radar point will arrive at, and then let's have a reminder. So let's send it up to 3.5 when we get there. But not too bad at the moment. Cabin crew in their first service of snacks. You don't get complimentary stuff on Jet2, I don't believe. No, not that I remember. This is actually my first time actually flying on the holiday of Jet2. Well, I wouldn't call it the second time of holiday. So the first time I flew from Tenerife to London, that was returning home from a holiday trip. The second time was from Leeds Bradford to Paris, which was a return journey from Leeds to London via Paris because it was cheaper and not necessarily quicker, but it was cheaper. Yeah, so this is actually my first time actually going outbound with Jet2 on a proper holiday. This is a proper Jet2 holiday now, not just a end of holiday, let's return home with Jet2 because they're cheap. Well, TUI, I've not been on TUI before yet either, so that'll be a proper first time with them. Both legs will be the 737-800, potentially a Max 8 with TUI. At the moment, the aircraft is scheduled to be a 800, but some pointers do say that it could be a maximum, so I'll keep an eye open for that. Let's do that. Check target altitude, that's fine. Reset the VNav. I should now start climbing to 33. Right, so what time do you arrive at Radar? Does it give us anything? No, so if I go for data. Right, Radar, we arrive at 1600 Zulu. Okay, perfect. It's now 1500. Is that local time? That is... So yeah, 1548 now local. So yeah, that is by Zulu. Perfect, okay. Yeah, UCC and manual. Right, so an hour and 12... Hey Google. Reminds me in an hour and 11 minutes, climb at level 3... Climb level 350. So that's... I don't have my iPhone open with that. Cool, yeah, so we get to radar, set a reminder, so we'll climb to level 350 and continue the rest of our climb. And the calendar has been set. The answer is... Hey Google, what is my next reminder? Yeah, no, that's fine, okay. I didn't go on my phone for some reason. But climbing out, at this point we are... We've just cleared Manchester now, there's 1047, they make their landing. The answer is... Yes, I can see a Cambridge approach from the for the crossing runway. It's not no, it's Tango now, isn't it? That runway's closed, so... I think they realised, oh wait, the problem doesn't exist anymore, we need to go around the other way. Makes sense, it makes sense. Silly sausage. We're 5% into the flight now, making progress, slowly but surely. So far, looking good. As for my seat, I'm on seat 31F, which was the only available window seat left to fly. I would have preferred to sit on the left-hand side so I could see the coast, but this is what I had left. So, Kieran Freeman, you are in my seat. There's going to be a mix of English and Greek names aboard today. In reality, I think it's going to be more British than Greek, but a lot of TFDi's and PACX, it's going to be a bit of a mix. Go through the cabin, spot any names you recognise on boards. Nope, nobody yet. Nope. Nope. No one today. Mostly 4 flights. 1, 2, 3, 5 empty seats. Cabin crew got a tough job ahead of themselves. They got, was it 5 cabin crew on board today? Or was that 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They've got 6 cabin crew on board today. That's what's that? No, okay. Well, I think you've got 5 cabin crew. Just realised I haven't turned seatbelts off yet. That's why passengers still seated. Turn it off. All of a sudden, let's start moving now.
Has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. You can have it up and move around the cabin. However, we
Yes, yes they do.
fasten when seen in the case of unexpected turbulence.
I was going to do one more thing, which was... Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Lights are correct. So, climbing level, through level 290, 29,000 feet. Stretch. Come through level 290, soon be at 33,000, then for an hour or so, continue this level before second climb to 35. At that point, no cruise for another hour or so, plan our descents, or at that point, whatever our descent already planned and prepared, we'll start descents, and make our way into Skiathos. And hopefully, I'm going to have time to record the return flights. I'd certainly like to. Great sign for the FlyLive. So yeah, 1746 minutes next time for arrival. 1452 now. Yeah, should be alright. And again, local time is about 9 PM over there, so we're looking at Zulu plus 3, so 5:46, 6, 7, 8:45 PM next arrival time. Hopefully, because the sun sets in Skiathos at 20 to 9, so if I land at scheduled arrival time, which is 10 past 9 PM, it should be pitch black. If I land a little bit early, I should get to see some light. I'm sitting on the right hand side, so I'll probably see we'll see Heathrow down below on the right hand side. See F. See Birmingham as well, not the airport, the airport's kind of just beneath us at this point. There we go. We won't see Amsterdam, flying through Brussels. We get to see the coast of the Adriatic Sea, that's going to be quite a good bit of viewing. And then start descent, see the coast of the Aegean, and then into Skiathos on foot. Well, so yeah, we want to land on this side. We want to land on the runway 19 side, as opposed to the boring 01 side. Unfortunately, on paper, runway 01 is the active. And looking at flight radar, that has been the active for the last couple of days. So unfortunately, we may actually miss out on the fun approach. It should be a shame. Not the end of the world. I'll probably return to Skiathos. I'm sure off season's not too expensive to go to. But, it's a Manchester flight. It's still not Jet2, but it's backtracking, which means the active is 19. Oh, that's good. I'm happy now. Going to Tel Aviv, that's fine. 757, interesting. Here we go, show me some Skiathos stats. Arrivals, next arrival is this one, and that's 2 hours. Show on the map here, so we've got another hour or so to go. Okay, well, keep an eye on the Skiathos situation, but there's Limnos, everyone's flying over Limnos, been there. Larnaca to Trondheim with Sunclass. I heard those guys before. A320 as that is. A321, yeah. Okay, no, I'm really happy. If they've switched to runway, because again, this is the bit you want to land on. It's this bit right here you really want to go to. It's not terrible on the fast side, it's just not quite as exciting. If I go to proper Google Maps, free public parking. We're looking for Isis in Greece. There wasn't free parking in Greece. There's Skiathos. There's the airports. So, oh yeah, because they censor all the airports, don't they? So yeah, this is a beach that aircraft you'll be able to view landing at. Look at the Bing maps. Bing maps are far more better for this. Another reason why Bing maps is quite useful in MSFS because Greek airports won't exist. Don't want to do this. Yeah, Bing maps don't censor airports. Fun fact. So, yeah, you can come to Samos Beach and watch airplanes land from this side. If they're landing this side, I will do, but obviously this side, city side, is where you really want to go to because the turnaround point right in front of you, stand right here, is a low fence, very low fence. Do you have street side out here? The answer is no. Right, back to Google Maps. Do you have street side here? No, but you have got photo spheres from other people. There you go. Beach, road, airport. Ooh, an aeroplane. That's all you need. That's all you need. One here. Beach, road, airport. All you need. I'm actually get my 360 camera charge up for this airport in particular. I mean, look at this. Look at this place for spotting airplanes. I want to do it. I really do. I want to go to Juliana as well. I'd love to go to Princess Juliana, St Martin, and actually watch airplanes out there as well, but got to start off local, I guess. And that is the local. We're now flying over London. So there you go, London Heathrow Airport down below. RF Norfolk down below. Yeah, I have got Orbex UK South. I don't have 400 gigabytes hard drive space to put it onto, unfortunately. So at some point I'll probably buy another drive just to keep it installed onto. So yeah, we do lose out on some of the scenery, I'm afraid. Which is a shame. It is really good scenery, but it's too big and heavy. What MSFS is doing pretty much natively with its own devices. There you go. London Heathrow and RF Norfolk. That's left. Right, there's City of London. London City Airport, a little bit further on, I believe. Oh no, there it is, there's London City. Flying through Brussels, so I'm actually going to miss out on the Paris Control. Oh, that's not the end of the world. Oh, well, there's the edge of East London. Very soon, we're going to fly out of the UK. Start across continental Europe. LevelUp 330, aircraft spawning admirably. Check the progression, we're going to land with about 2.7 tons of fuel on the ground, which is perfect. A75 Zulu ETA. Altitude's apparently at 1,251. Really? Let's agree with that. Oh, sorry, no, that's the distance to go. Ignore me. That's altitude for Betpo. Yeah, no. So 1,050 miles to go into landing, that's fine. Top percent will be in approximately 1796 Zulu, 1,146 miles. We'll plug in the approach we're expecting now to runway 19 up. And because I've not actually flown Skiathos before in flight, so this is my very first time, I will take a moment to study the charts because I'm going to need that. So runway 19 up. 19 or 01, sorry. 01 we want. Oh yeah, so if 01 is the active, that's fine. Ignore me. I've got my runways running around. Duh. Yeah, so 01 is the active, this one we want. So yeah, we fly into Skiathos, which is the waypoint. This is a sim route, yes. This is the waypoint there, Skiathos, which is on the island of Skiathos. Use that as an NDB into Skiathos. I'll pin that as reference, which is fine. So essentially, it's a right hand turn, NDB, slight offset to the right, and then time approach. So, 101. Do we have a star available? The answer is Tiger Sierra Lima 1 Charlie approach. Transition, yes, we need transition. So if I can go to plan mode, zoom in. Next page, next page, next page, next page. Step. Zoom out. Top percent is marked just after Thessaloniki. Next step, next step, next step. That looks okay. That final turn does not look okay. That sends us all over the place. At that point, I guess pre-flight manually. Papa, hang on, grab charts. So that's Papa, Quebec. Got 01. Don't know about that one. So Skiathos is fine. SKC, Skiathos, SKC. That's fine. That's marked. Oh, that's that one there. So no, that's fine. Foxtrot Quebec 01. That's that one on the offset approach path of the run. That's fine. Why's that having such a hard time? Delta 203 Juliet. Delta 203 Charlie. Okay, one more step. Should be Juliet, yes. Juliet, where's Charlie? Charlie will be on that. There we go. 203 Charlie. So, see how it goes. If we need to throw it in manually, we can swap to a pilot taking it by hand. That's not a problem. Okay. So we'll accept it. I'll be weary that the graph's not on our side. We need to fly it by hand. We can fly by hand. Cool. So it'll be interesting to see. And airport I'm not familiar with, not been to here before, so it'd be nice to give it a go. We get to Foxtrot Quebec 01. It's a 3-degree guide slope down. I don't actually know how you do that in the 737. I had it in the A320. There's a little button that switches between vertical speed and the angle of attack. At that point, PV, would that be? No, it wouldn't be. Ignore that. Okay, I'll try and learn it. See if there is an option for it, and if there is, I'll try and implement it on this flight. I love learning new things about the 737. Love to see if it is possible. Alright, so last I need to do is draw some fixes. So grab runway 01 for Skiathos. Head over to fixes, just drop it down there. Right, so final level will be flight level 350, so we'll have our first top drop at 369.15 at 105. 10 miles configured for the final, or sorry, 10 miles to start the drop and then 4 miles to configure for the final. grab our winds as well, so destination forecast. So 350 top of drop, 200, and then 100. Going to jump over to the charts again, scroll down to the wind information. What we're looking for is our TOD. So 350 is 269 at 43, 20,344 at 14, 10,354 at 16. Yeah, that's fine. So 269, 43. Three, 4, 4 at 14, and 3, 5, 4 at 16. Let's keep that. We are golden. So now looking at 17:90, so 9 PM landing in Skiathos. 20 minutes after sunset. Hopefully again, smash it at that time. 2:33 on the expected arrival. Just Belgium now coming into sight. Yeah, we miss French HTC by approximately 2 miles. Screenshot on Volanta, of course, to Chris Hempstead. Yeah, no, flight's progressing pretty good. Set up our approach, got that configured, got that planned. Should now land with plenty of fuel expected. I'm not getting any more messages warning us of having no fuel on board. 2.7, that's yeah, that's fine. Try to get that time down where possible, but other than that, pretty good. On my seats, behind the wing somewhere. Actually, I'm going to be way back over here in reality. I'm second to last row, 31F. So this is my view for flights. Not the best view ever. I would have preferred something a lot more further forward, but it was either this or an aisle seat. So actually, no, it's this or a middle seat. So I just I'd prefer, that's for sure. Have now for half an hour. Programming's going for at least an hour and 10 minutes now. And I hope you guys are enjoying it too. I mean, I know some people call it pretentious, like, I'm going on holiday again, here's a video of me going on holiday, or follow me along, or hashtag following with Drawyah. If you're some people who actually tag along on IVAO and fly this flight. But, yeah, it's still in good fun. I just read some ATC now pulling up over in Greece. Some just came online, as has Athena approach. Sadly, we need to cover this. Again, we've got another 2.5 hours to go anyway, so likely we'll probably will get 80 at some point. So the question is, we're going to touch their airspace. So we tune them? Probably not, because we're not going to be in there until like 30 seconds. No, we won't fly over 05, fly over south of Germany. Our opponent's come online. Very, very busy. Yeah, no, okay, that's fine. Carry on then. Flight's progressing well. Passenger satisfaction at 95%, she's pretty good. Slight drop due to the late departure, but not necessarily a bad thing. As long as we land, like I say, relatively around 9 PM-ish, we should hopefully meet our meet our real life arrival as well. Was that 2 hours? So 2 hours 30 to go exactly, which means our scheduled landing. This is local time, is it? No, it's not. This is she'll do it on studio time then. Calculate. So 15:10 plus 2:30. 15, so 17:10, 17:40. So 5:40, 6:40, 7:40, 8:40. That's set to arrive at, which means we are approximately 18 minutes behind schedule. I'll hopefully pick up on that as flight progresses, winds improve. 70 knot crosswind coming from the right to left. We are flying against it for most of the flight. Okay, we may or may not meet up at that time, but we'll see. Still got most of the flight to go. Got plenty of time to try and catch up if we need to. Probably won't do it via speed. We'll just kind of push the aircraft as flight progresses. Brussels traffic. Some aircraft down below us. We need to. We don't need to know about them. Just down there. They're down there, and we know it. And we know it. We're watching you, Brussels traffic. Del 7 November Zulu. This airplane right here. We're from Vilnius. So it's a long route that. Fair play. Fair play. Come on then, let's look at some land screenshots. See something at Warsaw. So I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll give you a like. It's not a bad screenshot. I don't know what the airplane is. It's something snazzy, I'll give it that, but I don't know the airplane. That's at Warsaw. Austria! I can, very nice. Give you that. That's X-Plane, I believe. Yeah, that's X-Plane. Down in Turin. Very nice, that's the Phoenix, currently over the Alps. The Stansted. No, that's not Stansted. I was flying over Stansted. Flying out of Stansted. It's Phoenix, the A320 Scandinavian, based on the orange, the red tips and the blue winglets. What's Scandinavian doing out of Stansted? What's the first name? 80 dot flight. I want to say Scandinavian. That was in fact a. Oh, it's Air Corsica. Ooh, okay, no, fair enough. It's Air Corsica. I'll give you like. Same guy actually took that screenshot. He's definitely got freeware Stansted scenery, which is really, really good. So we say 220 to background. Is this? Oh, yeah, it's definitely the freeware. Yeah, definitely freeware. I've had a Jet2 model at Gates. Yeah, no, very good, very good. Ooh, I think he's had Google Maps installed at some point because that's a very purple scenery. If you use Google Maps scenery and then turn it off, whatever, it can cause the ground scenery to be very, very purple. So you see the colour's not quite scenery anymore. Yeah, good screenshots. one up just north to sea. Oh, that's the approach into the Faroe Islands. Yeah, no, I've done that in FSX years and years ago. Is that in MSFS? Alright, well, I need to fly to Faroe Islands at some point, I really do. I do real life into Vega. I mean, look at that for an approach. I love... Oh, that's gorgeous. Well, hey there, Drawyah here. We'll get to Faroe Islands next. Oops, I think in Malaga. Short final, very nice. That's going to be a... What is that? That base, propeller aircraft, is that DC-6? That's DC-6. Who posted that? Cass Akari. Most recent flight was a DC-6. I know my aeroplanes. Ah, circuits, interesting. Mid shops as well. Very good. Oh, that's very nice. That's going to be in P3D. And 737, and it's going to be some sort of traffic mods. That's nice. It's going to be Phoenix in again. That's out in the not Istanbul. That's Izmir. Nothing up in Scandics. Anything out in the US? In Mexico? I'll give you a like. Not the best screenshot ever. P3D, but I'll give you a like for it. In Colombia, should be very scenic, hopefully. Yeah, flying through the fog. See, this is what I love about. Sorry, average screenshots. It's nice scenery, but I'll give you a like because it's a good screenshot. But first of all, it's square and yeah, no. Get a better view on that window. Let's get a new monitor. Jet2 currently out in Tenerife. Tenerife? No, that's somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I might call this 00. That's Null Island, that. Wait, that's me. What's my screenshot doing there? Jet2 at Tenerife. Nope, it's my screenshot in Manchester. I just realised there's a Drawyah. I put your mouse over it an hour ago. This Volanta. Well, that's where the screenshot went then. Oh god. Did the night shift at work. Yeah, no, so if you don't have your location set correctly, you just teleport into nowhere. Okay, well, there you go. That's a screenshot session over on MSFS. We're over Brussels right now. Nay ATC, nice and quiet at the moment. So far so good though. Aircraft's progressing well, passengers are happy. That's actually not relatively good, like 5%. I do hope to get the Friendly Lopez aircraft as well. I mean, the only Jet2 I've been on is the... I can't find my model Jet2 Honors anymore. Where I put it, I must have put it off somewhere. I can't find it in a bit, but I've never been on this. Oh, is that it? That's on my shelf. Okay, that's why I can't find it. I'm blind. That's another one. That's KLM. There's somewhere I've got the 757. There. So I need the Holiday 757 livery. That's what I need to try and find in this trip. What's that there? Jet2 737s. There's no damage turn. Yes, I think it is. It's limited as models. Oh, no, it's not. It's that one I damaged tail on. But yeah, they're nice little models. Premier plane models. You get them on the cheap for most airlines. The Ryanair will actually increase their price. So the Ryanair 737 used to be €10, now €12. These cost €10 a piece. I've now got 3 before. The most expensive one, probably KLM, because you have to go to a specialist model store they have at Amsterdam Schiphol's Departure Lounge. Let's pick this one up. This is not Premier, this is some other company's design, but it's a very good model this. I do like it a lot actually. Very, very good. Still got my Wizz Air unboxed because I don't have space to put it. I physically have no small space for airplane models, so I need to get a new shelf or something. But yeah, at some point I'll hopefully open this up and have an A321 on my shelf for Wizz Air. few more KLM unboxed models as well from the modelling store. Again, when I went to Schiphol, it just completely ruined me. I spent way too much money on airplane models as I did. What happens when you have an airplane model in a departure lounge and an aviation nerd coming through it? Yeah, it is what it is. Cool, so airborne now for just over 45 minutes. Aircraft's progressing well, slow contact to Europe. ATC is, there we go. We've now got Germany online, so we will speak to Long Information in a bit. Right, sorry, I'm actually getting a message from one of these good old Discord scams. You know, the ones, hey, I'm sorry, I've reported your Steam account. And I always love messing with these guys because waste their time, and I know exactly what's going to happen, so I'm just enjoying it. I'm going to tell you to add someone else, so I'll drop them a message and I'll be like, yo, what's up? Go on then, let's go all the way through. Right, so level 330, flight's progressing well. At some point soon we shall speak to... Wow, sorry, they just sent me this most gummy thing ever. Give you that. I love wasting their time. What this is spam. As well. I guess the other big reason why I want to go to Skiathos is also for the it's like nicer weather. We had the heatwave in the UK recently, but a British heatwave is nothing like a heatwave anywhere else in the world. It just gets really, really hot, really, really humid, really, really sucky. Yeah, I think they've realised that I'm on to them, that I know what they're talking about. Can I report on accounts? Yes, I'm sure I can. Mute invite close. How do I report? I bet you can, that's annoying.
Drawyah said Discord.
No, go away. Oh, that's beautiful. The account that you told me to message has just been banned by Discord for spam. Right, let's contact. Yeah, as I say, so we'll go to a proper Adriatic heat, not the rubbishy, British heatwave we get. I went to Greece in May 2019. Right, 1, 2, 3, 5, 2, 5. There we go. So as soon as we get the destination tuner ahead. Yeah, so proper hot country where it's not just rubbish, humid nothingness, but rather a country that's kind of prepared for it. I went to Limnos in May 2019. I mean, that was kind of 36 to 37 day by day, but while it's actually sunburned quite badly, it didn't feel all that bad, although the last few days in Athens, again, after I've been sunburned, actually was not so great. Quite a bit of sunscreen, ointment, and hats on just to keep myself covered. But yeah, there's something different in the air when you're flying in when you're in another country. The kind of normal heat as it is, it certainly feels a lot better. There we go. Can report the spam now. There we go. Right. Tune their frequency, so we are Chanex 55 Papa Yankee. Oh, it's flight. It's not a sensor. It's information. It's kind of like a pretester to voice unicom, essentially, where you tune frequency and any information that you do receive will get based on the. Oops, that's I think I'll get rid of that now. Actually, based on the local. So yeah, that's not a tower. That's it's almost like the background of a voice unicom at some point. It's information, not control. Interesting. Okay, I'll put you well. We'll listen in. Hope you get someone to contact us. It's flight presses.
Hobston Weiersbach information Romeo.
There we go.
1400 Zulu weather.
That's actually
Wind calm.
explains default
Visibility more than
ATIS.
10. Sky clear. Temp.
Same frequency. Whoopsie. But yeah, now over London, over Germany, flight pressing well. I'm going to disappear for a short minute, have a quick break and grab some lunch. Been flying for an hour now, been streaming for an hour and a half. At this point I probably would have some snacks on the flight with me, so I have like, well, when I'm on a flight I'll either have I'll have WH Smith WH Smith, what's it called, a meal deal, a WH Smith meal deal, and a tube of Pringles. I might grab some Haribo, some things, we'll see, but normally it's a meal deal and Pringles. My go-to snack for a meaningful flight. So yeah, I'm going to head downstairs, grab some lunch, and see you guys in a hot minute. BRB. And there again. Right, at this point we are flying alongside Frankfurt. There's the airport. We'll be in Frankfurt in a couple of weeks. We'll get to New York in September. Fly from London to Frankfurt, spend the night in the city, Frankfurt to New York JFK, spend a couple of days in New York, then take the flights from LaGuardia to Boston. Same day in the evening, take a train back from Boston back to New York, Pennsylvania. Then a couple more days in New York, flight from Newark to Washington International, Washington Reagan. Spend a day in there, and then fly from Washington Jules back to Frankfurt. So Frankfurt and then Frankfurt to London City airports. Quite a trip I've got planned, but should be a lot of fun. Should be a lot of fun. My hair is on my head, otherwise I'm going to place will get cut at some point soon. But yeah, it should be a really good trip. Fuel lights on, which means center tank is now drained. We will switch those off. Still a little bit to go until we get to climb. We got 58, now 43, so yeah, we've got about 15 minutes until we set climb to flight level 350 for the rest of the flight. I've got Beerglad radar online right now. Upgrade come online, which we will be speaking to during the flight today. So I just popped online, so we should be out of space within half an hour or so. But flight's progressing well, like I say, looking really good. Flights, passengers are happy. Frankfurt's in the background. No complaints really. Aircraft's performing well. Hopefully we'll stick a landing. Again, first time flying to Skiathos. I've never actually been to Skiathos and Sim before. Don't know why. It's a great approach, but I've just never taken time to do it. Just glad to let's find this one off my list. The return flight back to London Gatwick. That should be relatively simple in the 737. That's got proper IS approaches and everything pre-configured for us. We'll be able to use that no problem. But yeah, apart from that, everything's pretty good. Anyways, I just spotted you on Frankfurt right now, so I can up to quickly talk about it, and I'm going to head downstairs now and continue the rest of the flights. Well, complete the rest of my lunch at least, and then come back in a bit. So, talk to you in a bit. Talk to you in a bit.
moments, we'll be starting our in-flight service. We will be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your seat back for our list of complimentary and premium drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. If you wish to make an additional purchase, please note that we only accept credit cards.
Hello again. Back now and should be here for the rest of the flight. We've got an hour and 15 behind. It's about an hour and a half till landing now. Top percent you can see on top of the ND there. Still 600 miles away. But no, we're progressing well. We've flown over the Alps. We've crossed Austria at this point, and we have now entered Slovenia. Ljubljana, nearest city to us. Serbia's still online for us. Still got the upgrade radar online. And she's crossing over to Ljubljana. If I want to go to at some point, I want to go to a place called Split, not Split. It's a place I want to go to, not too far from here. Where is it? What's it? Marked my maps. I want to visit. Where is it? Sarajevo, Zagreb, Budapest. Here we are. I want to visit Bled. Sorry, I want to visit Bled, which is not too far from the border, actually. North. Ljubljana. Follow the main road out to get to Bled. Yeah, here. I want to visit this place at some point. Very, very pretty. Some good views from the castle on the lake. It's on my list. It's on my list of places to go. In fact, you can see it's marked on my list. It's actually marked. Goes that? Okay, big little flag of the place I want to go to. For that useful on Google, you can literally mark places in green of where you want to visit. So a place in the UK I need to go back to at some point as well. Where's that? That's Mannequin. That's the the Mannequin Graveyards, as featured on Tom Scott's videos. That's going to be Bimby Mega Chippy, of course. Spicy Dad's also I've got recommended to check out. It's going to be Arundel Castle, and it's not recommended. All Things Wild. That's I'm sure someone went there and they thought it was really good. South Island. Oh yes, don't even attempt that. Kumchingan Lock. It's a nice little hill mountain thing in a island. I think this also visit Limnos on missions from 3 locations. Yeah, this also has a few good views, like a beach, but you can walk up the path to get to the top of this mountain bit. In Turkey. Where's I've actually been to? I know Turin, that's going to be Egyptian Museum and the Formula 1 Museum, Automobile Museum, that's the one. That's quite Ferrari, that is quite heavily. That's Lake Garda, that's what I recommended. Switzerland. Oh yes, the Rhines Rothon train, which is a small little steam railway, goes up the Alps. I've actually been to any of these, I've actually removed now. That is the castle in Germany. It's also a castle in Germany. Paris, what are we marked in Paris? That's going to be the Air and Space Museum, and that's going to be the Museum of Urban Transport. Brussels on a visit. That's a chips. No, that's Train Worlds. Which one's the Chips Museum? That's it. The Fleet Museum, the Fries Museum, Museum of Fries. Apparently, the worst museum. Got 3.7 stars. Not great reviews, but yeah, someone said they've been there. It's the worst museum they've ever been to. I want to go there. Shawarma Ella Viva. It's where the capsalon kebab originated. Ice cream, it's quite famous in the UK. Ely Cathedral, place recommended. That's a famous pub, quite expensive. That is, oh yeah, Jamaican takeaway as well, so I recommend to me as well. I don't remember the Honest Burgers evening. Oh yes, Honest Burgers. I've actually been to an Honest Burger, but again, I think they're quite good. Yeah, just a place I've wanted to go to. Tagged out, mapped out. As for our flights, we are still progressing pretty well. No complaints yet from passengers. Satisfaction is still at 98%, actually picking up a little bit. Coast slowly appearing on the horizon there. Across the midpoint of the flights, and yeah, making good progression on the just north of the coastline here. It's the Adriatic Sea. To be fair, I did say at the start I probably would have preferred an A seat. I'm actually quite happy with the views on the F. On the right hand side, the coastlines, the waters, the lakes, the seas. The only thing I don't get to see, I guess, is the city itself approaching to any approaching Skiathos, but it could be a lot worse. Could be a lot worse. Right, so next control point we're going to speak to is Belgrade radar, which is 123775. As soon as you're on air frequency, tune over, say hello, hope you get a score credit's not 1000, and then go on from there, I guess. You can now see the entirety of the airport on top of the MD there. Probably zoom in the level, just get in. Have we? Did I get? Should be 5,000 now. Just realised I never got the. I got a notification saying step climb. Didn't. Sorry about that. Step climb's 350 now. Should have done that. Should have done that. Annoying. 350 set. Aircraft should climb on its own. Yes, it does. It's very peculiar. Normally you get like the big ding ding ding. You have a notification for Drawyah. On this occasion it did not. So step and climb, airborne third, almost 2 hours now, 57:22 on the clock now, so plus an hour, 1 hour, yeah, 1 hour 57, that's, well, just over an hour to go now to landing, 16:31 local time, so 16:31 Zulu, 17:53 landing, so yeah, an hour and 20 minutes for about 12 islands now. My second venture into Greece now in real life. First time I went May 2019, went to Athens and Limnos. Now go to Skiathos. I want to do a few more Greek flights as well. If you go off season, so if you kind of fly away from school holidays and that, actually it's a relatively cheap destination to go to. Served by so many local carriers out of the UK, Ryanair, Jet2, EasyJet. Yeah, all serve them. It's a good price, good deals as well. I just realised as well, actually, because I'm flying on this an X-plane, does this have the correct X-plane? Well, I say correct X-plane icon, does it have the proper X-plane icon? I'd love to know. Aircraft, add-ons, 737NG, liveries, Jet2, these be norm. Oh, it's not, it's all the annoying ones. Aircraft, do I have anything for the LevelUp? Sorry for the IVAO. No Jet2 there. Where's Jet2? Fly Ryanair. Nope. Yeah, I'm going to okay, right. I'm going to try another one then that just has that correct icon. Right, let's have a look. What can I find? It's the same livery. If I download it. Custom, transparent, what I'm looking for. The standard, because again, when it comes to Volanta, I like having my aircraft liveries kind of all laid out the same, like that. This style, I adore. I'll explain. Face the same way, same lighting. Just looks smart, so it's clean. So I'll get one for my Jet2. I appreciate that. 72 flights with Delta Alpha, 43 now on the A320 Neo. You may imagine EasyJet with an SFS. What's the nearest A320? The loud of 9 flights. So this is slowly climbing the ladder now. Slowly getting there. On louder motion. The Phoenix A320. I was like to Jet2 for that. Yeah, 136. Yeah, that's like to Poland in real life. This was a premiere actually, where the hashtag following Drawyah thing originated from. Because some guy logged in and flew alongside me. Albeit, I wasn't even live at the time. Yeah, it's a good flight this actually. Got good sunsets, landing was pretty stable, and yeah, it's pretty happy to land. There's just short, I think. No, it's gonna be Rock's wife. No, it's just there you go. Yeah, Ocean City. Yeah, it's just north of that. This point we established the runway, short final, and in for landing. It's a good flight that, good to have lights in the background. Sadly, I've got the key design scenery for it. I have got it now, bought it day one. Fantastic scenery. I'm actually might be going there again later this year, so trying to look into that. Cool, yeah, so for a background image for this. And the flight's fully configured, there's nothing left for me to really do for this flight. Apart from my top descent and then bring the aircraft into land. Perfect, right, there's Jet2, so Photoshop. And the benefit of X-Plane is that it does screenshots internally, natively in the sim. No need for me to open up the, well, print screen both screens and then crop everything bit by bit. That's always a pain in MSFS. If they get native screenshots, then I'd love that, but sadly at the moment the answer is not yet. The day they get it, I'll be the first to shout about it. Right, so there's our aeroplane. A bit bigger actually, it's tiny compared to the background. Perfect. Get the agent behind it. That's in the image. So there you go. So just got that Jet2 picture, stuck on a grey background, and then save that overwriting the original JPEG, is it? That's just my photo ID for work, those pictures of me there. Everyone asks about it. Hey Drawyah, why do you have hundreds of photos of yourself on your desktop? Yeah, because I did that 2 years ago for my work ID, and I just never deleted them. Been sitting there for about 2 years now, staring to my own soul. Right, upload the icon, and hopefully, boom, there you go, Jet2 icon, now for the airplane in the background. I might do the same for the TUI as well on the return. What's the tail code for that? It would help if I didn't delete it, would it? Find it. In games, that's 11, aircrafts, Adam aircraft, 73 energy liveries, TUI, G Tango Alpha Whiskey Charlie. Copy you. Drag you aside. Go to the aircraft quickly for this one. This is. There. It's Jet2. Is there any difference? I don't think so. Both the same. Jet2, and this will be based in Manchester. Yeah, because Leeds Bradford's got 300, so let's say it's 400. So right, add aircrafts. G4C, E738, create an aircraft. This is for TUI Airways, Thompson flight. Basic Gatwick. And icon, I think this one's also got the custom, yeah, it's got that custom nonsense. Right, explain to E737. We have the wrong winglets, but I can live without that. I mean, notice my Neos use the A20CO winglets because I just don't have the icons for it. Well, I don't have the yeah, it's a bit dark. I like the 4K version. It's lighter the 4K one, so I use the 4K one, that's fine. So now back to, I don't know why I closed it. So return flight, we also have the proper icon as well, top of the screen there. I mean, so yeah, I mean, again, it's not much I get. People ask me how do I get the icons the way they are. I just use explain to my benefits. Great sim, great icons. Oh, it has a correct wingless as well. Oh, that's handy. It's very handy. Paste that. Do that, and that. You see, it actually has the correct wingtip scimitars on that. Now I can close. I've got no more screenshots to do on Photoshop. Go to you, upload image, and just stick the Volanta in. Cool, so turn the leg. Hope I get time to do a premiere for it. That's going to do it in. Perfect. Tomorrow we do our first flight with TUI. Of course, this aircraft are most flown. Flight sim. Barely good that much. Should the whole entire world. Yeah, lots of airplanes to flight. But not necessarily done too many particular aircrafts. Shows how varied the sim can be. Yeah, it looks so much better now, the correct image. Looks so much better. That's now flying over Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also noted that Brussels came online 10 minutes ago. So yeah, just after we cleared the airspace in Brussels, in Belgium. Yeah, they come in line because I've got a skill for just missing out on ATC within the space of like 5-10 minutes. My go to skill in flight sim. It's not the end of the world. She needs to go on Unicom flight, but we have got AT coming up, and they look like they're here to stay. So hopefully they will. Oh yeah, it's particularly busy this morning, this afternoon now. I remember mine's just, he's at Dubai Airport right now. I'm going through his stories like, whoa, it has a water fountain, it has... I don't know. But yeah, but he's not going to Skiathos, is he? No, he's not going to go to the prime plane spot in part of Europe. And again, Jet2, the only airline I've ever seen that have the average marker on their planes. I've never seen that on any other airplane ever. Jet2, you're hardly ever to do it. When I first saw it on the 300, I was thinking like, God, is this a crash job? Like they cut the cockpit off and replaced it, and this is just a marker saying like this rate. No, it says average on it. It just doesn't look right. I'm sorry, Jet2. Yes, probably easier for ground crews to be able to guide their jet averages onto the airplane. It just doesn't look right. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sort it. Yeah, cool. Getting there now, slow progressing. We are in Southeast Europe. Airborne 2 hours and 9 minutes, 2 hours 10 minutes, less than an hour. Expects arrival, an hour and 10 probably until we actually do land. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Right, I'm going to stay for another 5-10 minutes, going to catch up with a few friends, and then I will talk to you in a bit. But listen, progressing well, ETA is looking pretty good. Still behind, but not the end at this point in time. So, yeah, back in about 5-10 minutes, BRB. And we're back, and the sun is glaring all over our shields. Yeah, right, I hope you'll see the screens without any problems. 160 miles to top of descent-ish. 25 minutes, yeah, 25 minutes till top of drop. Never good progress. Sun starting to set on the horizon. Not quite going down just yet. ATC did disconnect on us, so I did keep track of the flights. I seem to have a skill of just missing out on every single bit of air traffic control we get on our flights. You're actually going out of Manchester. It's one inbound now from Faro. So we're in the outbound at the moment. We've made most of the flight now. Regression's still going pretty strong. Top drop relatively soon. Skiathos still in the inbound at the moment from Manchester. Apart from that though, pretty good on our part. As I'm on the approach, you don't have too much in the way of well, glare on this point. I don't think there's any kind of there's no real window shade, is there? There's the does not have the window shade. I have a little flip down thing, so I can't flip out the windshield to try and slide this across to the side. Come on, Jet2. Need to invest in that. I guess try to find the co-pilot side. Co-pilot side's pretty clear. Okay, first off, see you're landing at this rate. Yeah, we're doing alright. Yeah, so like I say, top of drop is expected in the next 25 minutes. Everything's been configured for the approach. Runway 01 still the active. Yeah, so Kogatid are on a Tango Sierra Lima. At that point, with starts on descent at Thessaloniki. And yeah, almost there now. We're going for 3 hours and 7 minutes. Flight time 2 hours and 17 has now progressed. Sorry, no, 2:17's progressed. Passage expects arrival in 32 minutes. In reality, we're landing at Zulu 1751. You have to say about 9 minutes. So let's say 40. So 17. Yeah, 1740. We're 11 minutes behind schedule. 11 minutes, 10. So we're more comfy with the yoke again, so it's in a awkward place. No, we're doing alright. Passengers are still quite happy. 93% satisfaction, so it says above 90 should be okay. We'll give an announcement soon to say that we're going to, well, pretty towards the top of descent. So about 15 or so, do an announcement saying hello there from the flight deck. I'm here at the top of the descent, landing very soon. A bit behind schedule, landing at this time. Right now the weather is still showing clear skies at 31 centigrade, so at Skiathos pretty good. 2004 knot winds, yeah, winds are also relatively light, so 01 we shall stick with. Now, I do hope, like I said, I do hope that's the one we land on when we go to Skiathos. It does mean then, hopefully once that stay that way for the next couple of days, and therefore gets us some proper real plane spotting for once in our life. I mean, Heathrow Missile Avenue is good, but you don't get as close to the action as Skiathos, that's for sure. Now flying over Kosovo, Serbia, those who live in Serbia. I will say, in a few flights I've had Jet2, I have been with them twice now. I've never had a problem with them. Timing is pretty good, although I won't take any time. Again, at the moment, I won't take timeless away from any airline because aviation's all over the place. Okay, probably wasn't the great idea going to Greece in the middle of one of the biggest delays at airports anywhere ever, pretty much. Yeah, so I've flown with Jet2 twice now. It's been my first flight with them. All three on the 737. This was my second occasion on there. 738. Also once on the 733. I mean, this year, 2022, I've flown twice British Airways, once with Finnair, once with Air France, once with KLM, twice with lots of Polish Airlines, once with Swiss, 5 with Ryanair, twice with Jet2's third, twice with Tunisia Express, twice with EasyJet, once with Nouvelle Tunisie, 2 aircrafts with private operators, so one was Air Rodney, the other one was Dragon Rapids, that's operated by... never know the company's name, but yeah, Dragon Rapids, the other one. I've flown once with... 6 flights with Ryanair, because one's a Ryanair UK flight, once with Tunisia, once with Wizz Air, and once with Air Baltic. After this, I've then got a flight with TUI coming up, so I'm flying out of TUI. I've also got a flight with 2 Lufthansa flights, 1 United flight, 1 JetBlue flight. I've got 2 EasyJet flights, one to Edinburgh, one to Gatwick from Paris, or was it Luton from Paris, and I've also got 1 flight with Vueling. Quite a few lines up coming with. As for aircraft types, this year I've been on board 2. Was this year? Yeah, this year apparently. Okay, 2 ATR-72s, a Bristol Norman Islander, a Dragon Rapids, an Embraer 195, and on 2 A220s. I've been on 1 Airbus A318, 1 A319, 4 A320s, 1 A320neo. 1 A321 Sharklets, 1 Airbus A350-900, 5 737-800s, 3 737 MAX 8s, 1 733 and 1 736. So again, quite a varied year of aircraft. But Skiathos, of course, is more of a leisure trip rather than me trying to fly a particular type of aircraft. 3 days here, although this is the first day, most of it will be taken by the flight. I'm sure I'll land at 9 PM, leave the airports, check into the hotel, and then probably just spend the night in the town, really. Because I go to the bar, have a few drinks, grab a dinner somewhere, and yeah, call it a night. Tomorrow, my 4-day there, that's going to be the big one. We're actually going to go out and do stuff. And then a return leg on Wednesday. We depart local time, I think it's 3 PM. Is it UK time or local time? Check. Sorry, yeah, no, it's we depart at 1 AM because 1 PM because again they're 2 hours ahead of us. Well, I'll keep an eye on the flight because if it's gonna be late departing, Bravo Yankee 4309, Bravo Yankee 4309. Switch our flight radar. If it's going to be late departing, last time actually departed on time, and it was a 73 MAX as well, so yeah, I say the flight could be either a 737-800 or a 737 MAX 8. At the moment it's showing a 737-800 on my schedules. I'll fly the actual videos in 800, but there's a good chance it really is 50-50 this time. It could be MAX, could be an 800. Since I've got everything set up for the 800, I'll just probably stick with that. Last time, so scheduled departure was 12:40, actual departure was 13, so it was 40 minutes behind schedule, which, yeah, I don't mind. It means I get 40 minutes extra here. Cool, getting brighter a bit now. The sun is setting. Like I said, I hope there's some sort of lights left in the sky when we do land in Skiathos, because I'd love to record landing, but if there's no lights, the sun is set, it's not the end of the world, really. See what about 77 for me is just the workhorse of these guys. Checking the fuel while I'm at it. Yeah, got plenty of fuel in both tanks. Progress showing that we're landing about 3 tons on board left. Still 72 on Zulu expected arrival, so we're landing less than, well, approximately 40 minutes, less than 40 minutes now. Top of drop showing just before 17:29, so yeah, we're about 10 minutes from descent, 10-15 minutes from descent, landing less than 40. Keep close on that final vector as well on the approach into Skiathos. If I'll take it by hand, I'll take it by hand. Can't wait to see the replay that one as well. If I get the altitude right, the height right, it should look really, really good from the ground perspective. So you're going to hit that 3 hour mark. What would I be doing at this point in real life? I mean, I probably will be... It's hard to say, I don't know. I might try and take a nap at some point. That's how tired I feel. I worked the morning shift yesterday, which for me is going to be on Sunday, because it's still pre-recorded. But I might try and take a nap at some point in this flight. I might have a look through Amazon's movies, or Amazon Video, is it Amazon Movies? The movie video thing they got. I might look at Netflix and see if there's a series I try and watch. 3 hours of flight is pretty good. Yeah, that's it really. Love this yoke. It's so bulky and gets away with everything, but it does look and feel really good. Probably my best purchase. I don't use it for every flight, but it does its job well. You know, I haven't done yet. I haven't explained element theory yet. One thing I'd always do when I'm on these premieres in X-Plane, or streaming X-Plane, I'll talk about element theory. So, X-Plane's flight dynamics are superior to Microsoft Flight Sim, always have been, always will be. And the reason for that, really the reason my hair looks like that is actually because of the lighting. It's because it uses sped element theory. So what that is actually a graph right now because it's usually the updrafts from the hills, is this is a simulated airflow around the physical shape of the aeroplane. So unlike having just a data like, so you have this things like, this is max altitude equals 33,000, max speed equals 250 knots. Max weight equals this, max this equals, yeah, basically that's the data type that uses predefined values and tells how the aircraft flies. What blade element theory does, it takes the shape of the aeroplane and then determines, based on what its shape is, with the other factors in place, there will be some data references like max cruise speed, performance, that kind of stuff, that's based on the power of the engines, that determines how an aircraft flies, based on how it goes through the air. So you can see, this is the lift generated from the wings right now, a little bit shaky, just some updrafts from the ground, which is kicking the aircraft around. A little extra lifts kind of just on the edge of the wing there, around the wingtip, it's a bit thinner, blocks by the actual itself. A little bit of lift being generated from the front of the airplane there, because there's a fin or something that's causing that. But yeah, as you go through different references, some of the streams, kind of stream the airflow around the aircraft. Stream lines, which shows how the aircraft, how the air goes through the aircraft, across the body, and she gets bent down by the wing. So this is a straight line at the very end. Around the wing, it's bent downwards slightly, and that downward movement is what generates the lift around the shape of the wing. Very smart, very, very smart element theory. We've got weight turbulence as well, so there's an aircraft flying behind us, based on the shape of the wing. Now, be it of wingtips, not going to be so bad, but you can see through it backwards, weight turbulence also being simulated as well. So, yes, it is pretty smart. Explain. It's pretty smart. It's good way of doing things. MSFS has similar to an extent. They have got some kind of FS mission sim totally around that, mountains, hills and airflow, but say not to the extent as explained. This is purely run on shape and modelling. That's what helps it keep to its spec. Great sim, highly recommended. Everything 12, can't wait for it. Engine's cranked a little bit now as we pass west that turbulence. There's dotted line, that's 105 miles from Skiathos as the crow flies. Top 10 indicates just slightly beyond that, so in that little gap there, little space, I'll be setting up the altitude for our top of drop, make our announcement, and then bring the aircraft in, I guess. We're miles away now. .3:15 on the clock, but it depart relatively late, so we'll use a bit of time from that. Look at stats and see the initial climb, 23,000, steps to 33, it's a later climb to 35. Now crossing the border into Greece for the first time, welcome. 60-minute range as a crow flies, but it's like more than that until actually landing. And again, if I was doing a return flight with Jet2 back to Manchester, we would have made a stopover in Thessaloniki, but because we are flying back to London, slightly less distance, slightly shorter flight, and therefore stopover is not required. Which is a shame, because stopover would have been quite nice. It just added more dynamic to the flight. Oh look, stopping another airport, stopping another place. There. I'm sure Thessaloniki is a place I'll go to at some point in real life as well, because it's a beautiful city from what I've seen, from what I've heard. I do like my Greece, so yeah, I'll be back again soon. Also, I'd love to do another week or so in Lemnos, because it's such a quiet, out-of-the-way island. It really is superb. You can go on the off-season, actually rather cheap. You can access it via a boat from Athens, or you can get there via flights once a day from Athens with Olympic. Public service route, so it has to be done. If there's also a connection at Thessaloniki as well to Lemnos. That wasn't there when I was in May, but I think that has started now, so you can actually get there from Thessaloniki. So I might try and combine them in that case. Also, I've noted my flights with Jet2, apart from the Paris one, I mean, the first one's to Tenerife, so relatively long distance as well. Tenerife was slightly longer, that was 4.5 hours of flight time. This is only 3 hours, about 3.5 hours, so an hour shorter. But no nonsense, Jet2, go the distance. But apparently in Paris, that was a pretty good flight. 737-300, old aircraft, but had a relatively refreshed cabin, and yeah, just overall really enjoying. So its hair, it really is terrible. There you go. No, that's no. That was horrible. Horrible. Nope. I just need to get it cut at some points. Kind of better, I guess. Alright, let's prepare. So we need to stand down to an altitude of charts. The VOR is at 4,000 down to 1,600, so 1,600 set. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, updates from the flight deck. We are just starting our set now into Skiathos, and should be landing in the next approximately 30 minutes. We do apologise for slight delay. We had a slight late departure out of Manchester. I mean that we are about 15 minutes behind schedule. We are trying our best to catch up with that, and hopefully land very, very soon after. But once again, we have just started our set into Skiathos. We're landing at approximately, what's the time now? Approximately 8:50 local time. Temperature being reported at 30 degrees centigrade, with clear skies all around. No rain, nothing forecasted for later. We hope you enjoyed your flight so far, Jet2. If you need to use toilets, please do so now, as we'll soon be preparing the cabin for our arrival and landing, and therefore we'll be locking the doors and preparing ourselves for that. So, once again, okay, guess that's that then. Thank you, cabin. Will do. Like our usual unit concept. This is for the arrival. Runway 01. Star. We have got a star. Thinking Charlie. This will be on the direction beacon approach, MDB. No, to the lights of the OR approach. Inbound from the north. Yes, not for the sense. Your target as well, won't there? Target is Sierra Kilo Oscar for Skiathos. SKP, okay. This will be transition, so this will be kind of crossing 20% and announce. Cool. Maybe not the most accurate message, but we have started the descent now. Unicom are aware, traffic around us are aware. We have it. LGSK traffic, center inbound from north at top descent, leaving 300, expecting the Tesla Unicorn Charlie arrival runway 01. And as we progress, eventually it will give us the message that we are going to be transiting, there you go, passing Sierra Papa, so that will be correct actually, for our approach segment. Now some final, into the base of the runway. Also Unicom, very handy, great software. Right, in we go. Just realised I haven't actually mentioned the delay either, so say delay. I said 15 minutes, but in reality, just a generic message, I guess. I said 15 minutes, it's going to be 20. Oh, there you go. That message again. The exact same message that I just made. So the has dropped down to 82% now because of again late arrival. Hopefully, I say in reality, we'll be landing early enough to get some lighting on the approaching Skiathos, but I'm not cancelling on it, which is a shame. Would have been nice to see from the airplane perspective, but I don't know if there's a party on the side anyway, so we'll see. We'll see. So let's have a look at the runway as well. Ah, okay, interesting. So we need to go around. There's two hotspots. One on the runway, and one takes to a hotel. My guess it's I've had issues in the past. It actually marked what? There you go. Pre-threshold area from 19. Any backtrack as per existing marking. Begin takeoff from mandatory full stop threshold 19. Caution acceleration for threshold 19 forbidden. Major jet blast area. Major blast effects of the Xenos beach or north of the airport. So. Slight takeoff run from there, not there because you're going to kill a lot of people on the beach. Cool. And hotspot 2 is when aircraft code Charlie, testing it from the hotel, aircraft fronting is violating the runway. Okay. Still saying it's landing aircraft. So, because hotel's so close to the runway, your wings actually go over the runway, and therefore saying if the aircraft on the hotel, forbidden to take off on the runway. So simultaneous landing an aircraft and taxiing for a hotel will not be permitted by FGCs. So now when it affects anyway, we have to go land, vacate at the end of the runway and backtrack regardless. Exit by Alpha 1, just have a choice. Let's see how it goes. Minimums will be 1600s. Where's the decision height? Not that one. Is that it? That's the maximum, is it? You don't really go any more than 999 1000. Yep. Oh, there we go. Right, perfect. Okay, 1600. We need a visual of the runway making the approach, therefore there's a high promise today. Passing through 22,000 feet. Have now passed Thessaloniki. We're over the agency. The Mediterranean Gulf to our left, to our right, mainland Greece. Use max auto braking for landing today. Give a short runway. Probably push for a higher level of flaps as well. Let's have a look. Let's go flaps 40. Let's go flaps 40. Use flaps 40 today. Runway length is 5,130 to 1,100 meters. Wind correction plus 5 for the VREF. So approach speed will be 145 knots. Landing 140. Flaps 40. That's fine. Got to remember that in the 737 it's manual throttle the rest of the way down, so should be prepared for that. Passing now through 20,000 feet, flight level 120. Quick focus on approach now. Passing through 17,000, 170. Altimeter at Skiathos 1014. Four 1014 and 1014 set. Where's standby? There's standby. The transition level here in Greece, 4,000. We'll have our well, sadly I think so long before that. Get our C buttons back on now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the flight crew has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelt.
So I was ready to dim the cabin lights. I don't remember exactly where that is on this aeroplane. There is an option. Is it? I always thought it's always somewhere like it's a very weird menu that just doesn't belong. No, cabin lighting under ground services. So we'll set it to take on landing, which will dim the cabin lights. What about the green? It's probably blue, as I remember it. Yeah, so I'll set it to that when we get there. For now though, white brights. Not quite no time yet. So I'll set white medium for the entry area. Dim that slight bit. There we go, that's the airport in sight, I believe. Yeah, there's Skiathos. So on the right side, actually, yeah, you'll be the airport on the way in. Interesting. Sun is now completely below the horizon, there's no more lighting left. Airborne now for 3 hours and 5 minutes. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing, 10 minutes. I'm just taking the approach path to reduce ourselves down to 185 knots maximum after Delta 203 Juliet. Apart from that, there's no speed restrictions on the rest of the way down. So final turn 185 or below. Level lights sets. Level lights as well.
We have begun our final descent into your destination. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to collect any trash one final time.
In the cabin lights when they finish their message.
In a full upright position. Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat in front of you.
I'm going to use the dim message. Okay. We'll just do ourselves in. So, set it to night time in the cabin lights. There we go. So far, so good. Set the altimeters. overhead Skiathos. Also turn the logo light before I forget. Passing through 8,000 feet. Should be at 6,000 really? Yeah, 4,000 at this point. Some spoilers out. That's 5 degrees. Yeah, if I have to get altitude, the charts should be well 4,000 above. So okay, no, not necessarily in a bad place. How's that for a scene? Don't forget, I can see it on the right hand side, so I'll get a good view of that. It's that final turn I'm quite interested in. Ah, there we go. Smooth out very nicely for us. Passing through 6,000. It's 10. We now passing rate 5 knots, kill speed brakes. There's my little throttle, sorry, hang on. There we go. Right, should be down to, yeah, it'll be at 2,000 now, so speed brakes out. Should have checked my altitude based on that, shouldn't I? 2,000 above. Is this marking as above? Not necessarily. 2,000, 203 Juliet, made a right hand turn, 5 Foxtrot Quebec 01 down to 1,600, and then from there, maybe approach him. That's one negative being unfamiliar with an approach. First time was having to check everything, confirm sure I'm doing it correctly. So backlighting in. So we should be looking to be at about 1,600 by the end of this turn. Right there, that's the next for the runway. Slightly offset approach. That's all done by hand once we're on the final. To arm the spoilers. Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing. Right, so reducing down to 145 now.
2,500.
down.
Gear down.
25. That's 40. Alright, now on the approach.
Approaching minimums. Minimum.
And continue. Aircraft will level off at 1,600.
Approaching minimums.
Right. And throttle. Autopilot deactivates. It's my aeroplane. There's a few occasions I'm not even aligned the runway yet due to the offsets. I don't quite know how well I am with it. It's all in visual. Good weather, very little in the way of wind, 5 knots from behind.
1,000.
1,000, stable approach. Getting more reference now. Okay, we'll load a device light. We can adjust for that. Two reds, two whites.
Sync rate.
60,
Sync rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
On the throttle. Reverse the set max. $100 knots.
80 knots.
80 knots. 6-inch versus cuts. Easter brakes. And there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Skiathos. Interesting approach to that. Got a little bit below glide slide, a little bit too low for my liking. I'll check out the replay and see how that looks from a passenger perspective. Slow this down.
31 degrees Celsius. You can now use your mobile
Up.
devices. Please
Reset the
remain
brakes.
seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign
APU
is turned off.
starts.
Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items may have shifted during the flight. We thank you for flying with us.
Let's do the backtrack. Go into that backtrack circle anywhere near where I should have done that. Which is the runway. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. A little bit slow, but all the room in the world there. Alright, let's go taxi to the gates. directors off and off. Kill the chrono, 3 hours 18 on the clock, 10 minutes and 4 seconds. We could actually delay that by 10 minutes on the descent. We need the extra 10, but not the end of the world. And then with about 3 tons of fuel on board, so plenty. Right, to vacate on Alpha 1. Announce a new comment of vacating the runway, and then, well, I'll say it's going to be standard choice at that point because there's no active ATC here. Therefore, free to exit wherever we need to. It's just the generators already. So let's activate the AP bleeds, that won't hurt the aircrafts. Runway vacated, transponder off. Pick a stand. Presume the white lights are in front of stands. I can see much in my ground markings here. CP cones. I'd say that's been recently repaved. Right, position. Locking brakes. Sets. Engines off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Skiathos. Local time right now is approximately 5 minutes to 9. Temperature outside at 30 centigrade with clear skies all round. We thank you for Jet2. We hope you enjoyed the flight on board today, and we hope to see you again in the very near future. Cabin crew, this time also cross check please. Thank you very much for flying with us today. Bye bye. Right. Sam. Get the arrival in place. Parking moving right to the stairs. Open up the airplane. Open up the lighting panel. Set it to white medium since it's dark outside and get too bright. See what signs are off. So yeah, it should hopefully detect that where it stands. Come on, PACX. There we go. It was a good flight, that. I certainly enjoyed it. Don't forget, I've got the replay landing, so if you want to see how Chris got to that building at the end there, do stick around for the very end. Hopefully it wasn't particularly too bad. Right, fine. One more thing to add, which is a screenshot from the flight. So it explains outputs, outputs. Scroll down to 737. And the last one. There we go. Right. So, as passengers embark, have at the end of the flight report. So, Jet2 1739 73800 from Manchester to Skiathos. 3 hour 15 flight time. Planned departure was 11:33 to past 11:42. Planned arrival 15:08 to arrive at 14:58. That's the time I'm recording right now. So actually 3:15 was exactly right. They just asked 10 minutes late departure, which brought us down. 184 passengers, 95% satisfaction, landing rate 164, and I've got time for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Not a bad flight that. Overall, passengers seem to be quite impressed. So, now's the all important bits. We will quickly fast track the finishing our SAM. Clear all the vehicles away, so fast track that.
Hello, Captain. Loading has been finished. Have a great flight.
Thank you. Reset the flight, and that will now clear everything away, doors all closed, and now secure the aircraft for our replay. Let's open up IVAO, the 6 Extra Network. Thank you for the traffic, I guess. It's been annoying. I seem to have a thing where I just keep missing out on ATC just inches, minutes whenever I fly around some airspaces. That's not the end of the world, right? Take us to a short final, and let's have a look standing from passenger perspective as well as the external, because again, got a little bit low on the glide slope there. First time flying to unfamiliar airports, so I don't expect it to be perfect every time. So I just could have been a little bit. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Short final then from the right hand side. Also, I have the. I do. Okay. Whoops. Yes, get rid of that menu now. So short final then. Keeping it steady. Not really see much in the way of terrain because it's just dark outside. Again, I hope it's a bit lighter in real life. There's the road. Whew, that was low. But the touchdown itself was actually pretty smooth. 168 feet per minute. Volanta recorded that landing as a 169 feet per minute at 140 knots, 1.16 Gs. So actually the landing was perfect. Exactly as we had it planned. This is one I was really interesting at. You can see from going in reverse just how close we get to that building. Do I have a pause button? I don't think I do. There you go. Oof. Ooh. Oh, did we clip that tree? I think we may have done actually. Hang on. Do we or don't we? We dip below the glide slope. Yeah. I mean, is that tree there in real life? I don't think it is. That builds up there in real life. Okay. The answer is yes, we do clip the trees. In reality, there is 100% not a tree sitting right there at the end. No way. Hang on, let me get Skiathos back up on the map, because that is rubbish. Come on, there's no way. There you go, right here. You're telling me that... there you go, so there's the runway. You're telling me that there is a big building right here. Two big buildings, that one and that one. Right there, this is a car park. And you're telling me that right in front of the runway, there's the road, so you can just see the road at night, you can see the fence and the turn-back point. You're telling me that right where we're standing right now, where the tripod is, there's a tree right here. Sorry, explain. I disagree with you. So yeah, we do go through a tree. In reality, that tree's not actually there in real life. Apart from that, we make it to the runway. And we touch down. Right in the touchdown zone. That was a superb landing. I don't care what anyone says about that. There is no tree there in real life. And those two buildings, definitely not there in real life. I mean, if you lived in that second house, you're telling me that as a daily occurrence, if you lived in this house on the upstairs floor, I mean, imagine having this view of airplanes where you live every single day. And this is their life speed, look. Meow. I mean, I don't know if I'd love living there, or if I'd eventually get sick of the noise of planes. Great landing, very, very smooth. The scenery, sus. Very sus of that. Well, it is what it is. Okay, I'll do one... Yeah, yeah, so, yeah, that is Manchester to Skiathos in a Jet2 27800. That's my latest premiere done. I'm flying again on Wednesday. I'm flying with TUI back to London Gatwick from Skiathos, so do stick around for that. Otherwise, yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did. Do subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, if you've got Instagram or Facebook, then do follow me. Links in the description. Do check out my trip. I'm out there. Check out some fantastic plane spotting shots I'm sure we're going to have. Otherwise, yeah, thank you for watching. You take care of yourselves, and I now need to get myself through airport security, well, not even security, just border patrol out to the island. So, take care guys, thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Really excited for this trip. Really, really am. Yeah, could have been a better time than that, but not the end of the world. Bye bye.